Morning. As is our case, customarily we begin with committee meetings at this time of our meeting schedule, so we'll begin with that today. Just as a reminder, all regents serve as members of all committees, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent, Steely, she serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. However, if you make eye contact with Steely, you have little or no doubt where she stands on proceedings. Actions resulting from the items each committee takes up are final and does not require an additional approval by the board at any point in time. With that said, then I'll call on the Facilities Committee and Regent Womble as chair, and Regent Acosta serves as vice chair. So, Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 10th, 2023.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 1 is at Angelo State University. This is to approve additional project scope, budget increase, and a contract amendment for Elta Joyce Murphy Auditorium renovation project, and accept the amended construction manager at risk GMP. You've seen this project many times in the past. In fact, back in August, you granted us the authority to go after the GMP. When we bid this project, we had 16 items that we identified as add alternates. These are things that we wanted to put down, and if we had money left over at the end of the project, or we had savings when we bid it out, we could get it to the president's office and they can pick and choose which ones they wanted to advance on. So we already had those identified, but now ASU has identified some available funding that they would like to accept the majority of those and add these alternates and complete this while the major project's going on at this time. So again, there's the auditorium built in 1947. I wanted to show you a little bit about the existing conditions, and these are from the basement area, and these are what's there now. In the original design, in the scope, we weren't going to touch these items. We didn't have the budget at the time to go down there, but we did get the pricing, and the design was done with the original project. This is a south dressing room. We have accessibility issues. We have life safety issues down there. This is the basement photo and some circulation areas that you can see. This is the basement floor plan. This is the design we did with the original. It's a little over 2,500 square feet. And you can see it's men's dressing room, women's dressing room. It's got some changing rooms also. And that's got a couple exits coming in and out in the orchestra pit that's down below. Concept renderings for the final product in the dressing rooms you can see there. That's a big change from what they have right now. So the add alternate scope, what we're seeking approval for today is to renovate the basement area below the stage, the men and women's dressing room, changing rooms, restrooms, shower areas, the orchestra pit, mechanical room and storage room and circulation areas. And then we also have additional theatrical performance equipment. It's a good time to do it while we're in the facility now. New stage lighting package, new theatrical audio and AV system, stage shell and acoustic clouds, and production communication equipment, and a new main electrical distribution panel that was put back in when the building was originally built in the 40s. So the additional request is for the $2.9 million, mainly all in construction, for a revised budget of $8.9 million. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is to approve the additional project scope, to approve the expenditures, the additional of almost $3 million for the additional items that we talked about earlier, accept the amended guaranteed maximum price from the contractor, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement. And the total project budget previously was $6 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts and higher education funds. That's the recommendation.
Does anyone have any questions for Billy? Is there a motion to approve the item as it is presented?
So moved.
Second.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 2.
Staying at ASU, this is to approve the total project budget for the central plant renovation and addition project and accept the design build GMP. We are ready to get our contractor started and also start ordering some equipment. As you can remember, this is the central heating and cooling plant that this is funded by CCAP, and we're going into that plant and improve the efficiencies from the electrical and from the water usage and also the controls. So this project's very much needed there. We also want to execute a construction manager agent assist services. So we will hire a CM agent for this. They're going to provide the comprehensive on-site CA service. At a minimum shall be the following: construction observation. There'll be boots on the ground there, preparation reports. They're going to look at our submittals, pay apps, management and oversight of the project related to construction administration process, monitor the schedule, conduct final inspection, assistance on any kind of punch list items, and also assist with the project acceptance and construction contract closeout. So we will be hiring a CM agent on this one. The project overview has not changed. The existing plant will receive new chilled water and heating water equipment, variable speed centrifugal chillers with chilled water pumps, gas-fired boilers, heating water pumps, condenser fluid pumps, upgraded electrical equipment, adiabatic evaporative cooling system that we're going to put in, and then some more efficient water and energy cooling. Piping, we're going to change a lot of the configuration there to give the plant guys more flexibility and redundancy. And we'll upgrade the building automation system and then also look at controls in the other existing buildings. We have some energy hogs in some of the other buildings, and we think it fits perfectly in with this project to go in there and do some minor modifications to help the plant itself. So again, the CCAP budget's $36 million. So the additional request for construction is $31.7 million.Moving on with that. It's critical too that we get some of this equipment ordered. So we're wanting to order some boilers to replace the two 700 horsepower boilers that are in there now. We hope to get them in now, get them ordered now, and then maybe in the summertime when the boiling equipment's not needed, we can replace those. So the recommendation is to award a construction manager agent agreement, authorize project management assist services for the central heating and cooling plant, accept the design build guaranteed maximum price, increase the budget by $33 million, report everything to THECB, and amend the design build agreement. And again, total project budget, which includes the previously approved $2.8 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with the CCAP funds. That's the recommendation.
Any questions for Billy? Yes, Mark.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question on just an overall global look. How are the supply chains working now? What's your sense of where we are with regard to particular items? And is this request this morning with regard to the boilers indicative of that?
It really does, Mr. Chairman. A generator is over a year out if we want to order one now, and sometimes it may be even a year and a half. Anything that has to do with heating and cooling and computer boards or anything like that with monitors is way out. So if we're looking at ordering two boilers, we got some chillers, these adiabatic cooling system. They're replacing a lot of the evaporative cooling that's there now. Yes, sir, we need to get it. I will say it's improving, but the electrical, mechanical items are still lagging behind, but it's maybe improving a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, when Ronald Reagan was president, great story. He used to talk about,
Is it a true one?
this is a true one. He used to talk about the problems it had in the Soviet Union getting supplies like this. And it took generally about 10 years to get a car. So there's this fellow that's going to get a car. You got to go through a lot of paperwork and all this stuff. And he goes down finally after he's finished it all. He goes into the auto czar and says, "I'm here to sign up for my car." He goes, "I know it's going to take 10 years. And the guy says, "Okay, well, you've paid for it. Come back in 10 years and pick up your car." And he goes, "Okay, well, am I supposed to come in the morning or in the afternoon?" And the guy looked at him and said, "Well, it's 10 years from now. What does it matter?" He goes, "Well, the plumber's coming in the morning."
And let me remind the Chancellor in these committee meetings, that really stand-up routines are better suited for tomorrow morning.
It's a nice break. It's a great break.
Count your blessings.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? If none, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, item number 3.
Yes, sir. Staying at ASU, approve the total project budget for the ASU Aviation Program Training Facility Project and accept the construction manager at risk, GMP. As a reminder, this is the same site and same site map that we've showed you in the past. This project is to support the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation degree. I know that's been quite a great course that's being started. This is the site plan, a little over 3 acres, 3.16 acres to be exact. We do show a future hangar that's required by the airport to allocate space for that. We also have the parking lot. We added an additional 22 spaces there at the bottom of the parking lot, knowing that we could have a future expansion. Go ahead and do it now. And then there's a future expansion allocated space up there just to the west of the training facility as is. The floor plan hasn't really changed either. You can see we've got the simulator rooms, classrooms, and then we also have brief debrief areas there. So we kind of got set on that last board meeting and showed you that. Nothing's really changed there. But we do have, Regent Womble, like you asked, to have an expansion area for this building. So we have laid out that space there, the 3,300 square feet, for additional classroom and also an additional simulator room if we need that in the future. And this is the concept rendering so far, what we've got. This is not a pre-engineered metal building. We decided to go with an architectural design building so we wouldn't just end up with a metal box or square, rectangle. This has some features that I think are very unique for this program. So this is how this thing's shaped up. And the project overview will be to provide approximately 14,450 gross square feet, classrooms, simulator rooms, open study work cubicles, areas for the directors and the pilots, main lobby waiting area, MEP, IT, all those support rooms, site utilities, and parking. So the project budget looks like this. It's at $8.6 million. And originally, when we received the pre-planning document from ASU, we were carrying a $6.2 million budget. And I want to talk through a little bit about that today. Cody Gwynn, the ASU Executive Director of Facilities, went back from a $6.2 million budget, and we compared it to what we have now, the project scope and the budget we're looking at. There's a couple of things that stuck out. One, again, was we didn't order a pre-engineered metal building. We went with the design. It cost us some more money, but it also improved our delivery about 2 months, which schedule on this is huge. Site utilities, Cody had figured everything to the property line, but actually when we got into design, one of the changes was we have a sewer line. We got to run 1,000 feet to the city sewer line. We had, again, in the parking lot, we didn't even have parking in the budget. He was going to share parking with Skyline, but since then we decided to add the parking. City requires certain things out there that weren't planned for. One is a 12,000 square foot detention pond to hold stormwater. Of course, we have the permits that are there, and we also have some other site work that they're going to make us do. And then we also did a lot of planning for the future expansion, whether it's electrical, sewer, plumbing. We sized it to have the hangar. We sized it to have the additional 3,300 square feet. We're putting valves in instead of plugs, so it'll be easy to add on later. All those added about $1 million to the original budget that Cody had. And we also, just to let you know, in this number, we have about $600,000 in contingency too. So we're going to put this thing out to bid. The final drawings are done this week. We're going to put it out to bid, and we'll have the numbers returned on December 6th. We'll actually receive the numbers on the 20th to look at all the subcontractors too. So hopefully, when we put it out for final bid, the subcontractors will be a little bit more interested in what they are now. A lot of them have pricing fatigue going on, but we hope to improve that budget. So the recommendation is to accept the GMP for construction of ASU Aviation Program, increase the budget by $8 million for a total of $8.6, report to the THECB, amend the CM at Risk agreement, and the total project budget, which includes previously approved $514,000, will be funded with gifts, which is cash, grants, and institutional funds. That's the recommendation.
What's the current timeline for
We
completing
think,
the project?
yeah, so the starting point will be determined on the city permit system. So that's going to be turned in, I think, today. That could be up to, they say, even 2 months. Now we've had internal conversations with Don Topliff and Cody and the president too to see if we can get that going. Once we get the permit approved, it's 10 months.
Okay. So this time next year, or
Yes,
by
sir.
the end of '24, we could be able to put this building into.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of the permit right now, but we think we can have some conversations to help that.
President Hawkins, can I ask a programming question with regard to this, or Provost Topples?
Sir?
Is a pilot licensing acquisition embedded in this program, or do they take that test post-program?
No, it's embedded into the program that we have.
Is there a risk that they get their license and say, well, I don't need to finish the rest of the program and leave, and then impact our retention?
Yes, sir, there's a risk to that, but we don't see that taking place as of right now. Most of the time, it's more they can't get the pilot license and they leave. It's not the other way around. But there is a risk of what it is that you're talking to, and we see that in a lot of different ways, to include with the veterans. The Veteran Administration will not even support paying anything until after they have gotten their license, because they see some of those things taking place. So there is the risk that could happen. The other side to that is, I may add, is we've also got the airfield management side of our business, to where if they recognize that they don't want to fly, they can still get into the management side as well.
My point was, they see an opportunity, they got their license, they want to get out and get going, and they don't want to spend another month or two or whatever in the classroom
And
setting.
that could affect it. There is the risk to that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is there, and President Hawkins, is any of the funding coming from any of the major airlines, or have we formed a joint venture or partnership with any of those to get these pilots out back to these airlines? Do you foresee that happening?
We can foresee that being a part of it right now. Major airlines, and one of them in particular, Southwest Airlines, is supporting us with some of the funding when it comes to some of the simulators that we have, the equipment that we would provide, and then also the mentoring that they have with some of our students as well. There's funding that comes from that the airlines are doing. We're looking at another airline, would rather just keep it at that right there, to be a part of sponsoring with us as well.
Thank you.
Ronnie, I can't tell you how cool it was to pull up the other day and see all those ASU planes lined up, and seeing the students come out and getting in them and taking off. So
Sir,
neat deal.
We are excited about that, and it's a continuous process, not just during the daylight. It's even in the evening time. You can see them, hear them flying around. Should be
The
safe.
student that I talked to was going to Houston to have lunch. So
Make sure he's got enough fuel in it.
Any other questions? If there are no questions, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? That motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 4.
Staying at ASU, approve expenditures of the Concho Hall demolition project for construction manager at risk, pre-construction services, and accept the construction manager at risk, GMP, for bid package 1, early asbestos abatement. We're ready to get our contractor on board to start helping us price this thing, but we also have some hazardous materials that need to be abated to fit our timeline. Again, Concho Hall, located on the map. There's kind of the site plan, but that's the building there. I'm sure you've seen it if you've been on the ASU campus, 10-story building, constructed in 1969 with 100,000 square feet. The floor plans, we discussed that last board meeting. And then I wanted to show a little bit about the asbestos material and the need to start abatement now, and we're mainly concentrating only on the interior piece, is President Hawkins wants this thing down next summer, or this coming summer, and this abatement's probably about 120 days, and we really need to get a jump on this. Don't want to wait till March to get going. So we would start the abatement process for the interior, and there's a few areas outside that we could do. Don't want to affect what the building looks like on the outside. But this is some of the things that we're targeting. Ceramic tile in the top left, there's about 16,600 square feet of ceramic tile in this building that have to be abated. The top right, that's insulation. There's fireproofing that's sprayed on all the decks all the way through the entire building. That's almost 88,000 square feet of that needs to be abated. The domestic water lines on the left, there's not only water but sewer. There's some insulation, some fitting covers that have to come out. We're thinking about 8,800 square feet of that material. And then the bottom right, you've got the vinyl sheet, the vinyl flooring. We're saying that's about 84,000 square feet. So there's a lot of abatement that needs to take place before demolition can occur. We will, obviously, when you go in there and start taking these things out and bagging it up and getting rid of it, you've got to do a lot of minor renovation work and interior demolition to get to these items and get them out. So it is an early abatement package, but it also has some interior demolition that goes along with it. So the overview is the bid pack 1 is for early asbestos abatement. So removal of the selective asbestos materials that we talked about and showed you, removal of other hazardous materials. There's fluorescent lighting in there. There's actually, so PCB ballast sits in those fluorescent lights, and we think there's probably mercury in there, probably from thermostats and Mercoid switches in the mechanical room. And then removal and disposal of asbestos to be in accordance with all federal, state, and local regulations. The ask is for $2.1 million. You can see the majority of that's construction. The majority of that is abatement. Our consultants that are doing the design work on that gave us a low and a high range that what we need to put in there for abatement. We still haven't bid it out yet. If we get approval today, we'll start working on that. We want to start abatement in January, and we want to come back in February and get the total abatement, total demolition package going on this. So getting this started early is key for us to make the president's schedule. So the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of $2.1 million for a total of $2.6 for the Concho Hall demolition project. Anticipated project budget, we're showing $5 million. I've been playing with those numbers a little bit and looking at the consultants. I think the low side of that could be $4.5 million. The high side of that could be $6 million. It just depends on how this thing bids out. Again, that's why we want to get the CM at risk on board so he can start looking at that pricing. Award a construction manager at risk agreement, authorize pre-construction services, accept the guaranteed maximum price only for bid pack 1, amend the construction manager at risk agreement for the execution of that, and the total expenditures of $2.6 million, which includes previously approved $486,000 will be funded with housing revenues. That's the recommendation.
Just as a reminder, this is sort of a gift that we got handed, and we've decided to deal with this problem. Eventually, we're going to have to go through this. The question is, when do we do it, and at what cost does it happen? But we don't have a lot of discretion on whether we take this building down or not. That's what needs to be done. It's just sooner or later we're going to have to deal with all the issues that are involved with it. So
Yes, sir.
And Chairman Longwell, I will add that, Billy, your team has done an amazing job in this assessment of something that can be so tricky to this type of structure. So getting ahead of it and starting, as soon as we can, because I know we've had a lot of discussions about it, but I couldn't agree more that plan is solid.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
any other questions for Billy on this item? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? That motion passes as well. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 5.
All right, moving to Midwestern State University, approve expenditures of the Bowling Hall renovation and expansion project for the construction manager agent services, approve the total project budget, and accept the design build GMP. As a reminder, this was Bowling Hall. This is the east elevation, built in 1966. This is like if you're looking from Taft Avenue on that. And this is the new concept running on the north elevation. Now, the rendering, obviously the bricks don't really match up that well, so it'll match the existing brick that we have. But the new addition is really from the tower to the right. You can see that on the floor plan there. We've got the new addition located up in the top left there in the northwest corner of the building. The floor plans haven't changed. We're going into this building. We do have some abatement to do. We're trying to leave all the bones where they are and concentrate mainly on making this building look really well. And I'm going to show you some pictures here in a minute of some of the renderings. But the floor plans are basically still the same. So this is the second floor. This is one area. We're going to blow that corner out there. And you can see this. There's nothing in this building that says I'm at MSU. And so we always take on that charge to say we want a student when they walk in to know they're at MSU. So this will be something that we're looking at doing. It's got obviously the MSU colors. We're going to do some branding in there. You can see the decorative ceiling. Not every area has that decorative ceiling. It's got linear lights. just trying to improve the looks. And that's all terrazzo flooring in there that we're going to keep. This is a vestibule on the first floor. Again, there's nothing special about that, all tile, and the terrazzo floor is in great shape. But we have the rendering to look like this. Again, student collaboration space, a great area that's got the colors of MSU. The existing corridor, this is our vision here for the corridor to change. You can see the linear lights up above and the new ceiling. And then this existing corridor, this is one of my favorites. When you look at the water fountains, that we're going to change it to that decorative tile that goes on there. Again, all MSU colors. This is the new addition, the lobby that we're going to come in there. We're actually going to blow out one of the classrooms in there, and the new addition and the lobby will tie in together. This is going to be a student collaboration space. This is a two-story high in there to get to the deck. You can see this is another angle of that same area. Existing classroom, doesn't say anything about MSU. The technology's bad, the furniture's bad. So this is what we're looking at moving to. So we got the acoustical panels that are going to go on there to help with the sound transmission, and again, all new finishes. So the project overview, it has not changed. We've stuck with this, and it's still the partial renovation of 45 to 55,000 gross square feet. There's a range in there because a lot of these areas, they all get new sprinkler systems, all new lighting, all new ceiling tiles. So some of these areas are just going to get paint and new finishes. Others are going to get a deeper renovation on that. But it's to upgrade, replace, and retro commission the existing mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. You approved an early equipment package for that, Regent Griffin, just because of the problems of getting it in. That's on order, so that'll help in our scheduling. And then we also have the addition of we have a brand new fire sprinkler system. We're replacing 2 air handlers on the roof, upgrade of all the electrical switchgear and transformers, which we ordered, replacement of the existing network system, new temperature control system for the greenhouse, and accessibility upgrades. The budget looks like this. The additional request is for the 37.8 million for a total of 43,356. Again, this is CCAP funding. So we knew our target range, we knew our budget, and we made the project fit. And the recommendation is we're also going to have a CM agent on this. We're working on that agreement right now. So this will be the boots on the ground, and they'll be assisting just like on the other projects. But so we're going to accept the design build guaranteed maximum price, increase the budget by the 37.8, report everything THECB, and amend the design build agreement. Total expenditures of 43.3 million, and it's previously approved. It does have a cash gift on top of that was already in place, and through the RFS system, repay with CCAP funds on that. And this is about a 20-month construction. We're doing it in 2 phases, 2 major phases, and then a smaller additional phase. We have to take half the building down. It stays occupied. So we'll take half the building down and then do all that work, and then the other half. So a little challenging.
Any questions for Billy on this project?
Just one question. I know that most of it was infrastructure, but is there going to be any work done inside of the laboratories to modernize them, or is that going to be like a second phase?
Yes, ma'am. All new fume hoods. We're going to reuse everything that we can, but we also know that this is going to look like a new building when we're finished. But there is some lab work, and Marcy's team has been fantastic. In fact, the MSU group jumped on this deal and helped us program this, and did a fantastic job of all the departments that are in there, and it really went well. So thank you, Marcy, for your efforts on that. She has a couple of hats she's wearing, and this was another one. So yes, ma'am, we are doing renovation work.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 6.
HSC Lubbock approved the total project budget for the Preston Smith Library third floor renovation project and accept the competitive seal proposal contract sum. Preston Smith, sits right there. That's a better view of it there. We're only doing work on the third floor at this time. This is the existing third floor plan, and it's it's old stacks. It's got some study rooms on there. It looks like this, basically. Restroom remodel needs to be done. But you can see the stack area. That's all cleaned out now. And the third floor is going to look like this. You can see the big open study area that's going to be there. I know the president had thoughts on she needs a good place for the students to go to. This has three different sizes of study rooms for the students. The ones on the blue on the left, it goes up to like 6 students. And then the pink ones are anywhere from 1 to 4 students. So a great space for that. It's also a great space for any kind of special events that the president wants to have in there too. So the floor plan worked out really nicely on this. And I don't know, Lori, do you want to talk about your vision?
Yes, so we embarked about 18 months ago on looking at and reimagining what the Preston Smith Library could be. As you know, libraries are becoming things of the past on most university campuses. And so we pulled together a team of our faculty and our students about what space did they need, not just for collaboration, but also collision. So if you look at that north corner up there, that will be a space that's actually dedicated to faculty as well up there to get them in those rooms, collaborating in collision space. If you've had an opportunity to go to the Health Sciences Center, we're a bit like a rat maze, and it's very hard for our faculty to come out of those deep hallways and areas and collaborate and work together. So we're excited about the big vision of what we're calling the Center of Innovative Learning, and the Preston Smith Library will live within this center. Any questions?
Okay, project overview is built in 1998. The whole library's got 116,958 square feet. This one's about 30,000 square feet for this floor. It's got student study rooms, open study space, new furniture, lobby vending area, student coffee lounge that was at the top of that, and then the existing restrooms will undergo full renovation. We're actually adding 2 additional restrooms too. So the additional request is for $6.45 million for a revised budget of $7 million. If you remember in the past, we were carrying $9 million for this project budget. That came from HSC facilities team. We had some really good results on the bid, and now it's sitting at $7 million, so we picked up some money there. And then the recommendation is to authorize and accept the competitive seal proposal contract sum for the Preston Smith Library 3rd floor, increase the budget by the 6.4 for a $7 million budget, report to the THECB, award the competitive seal proposal agreement, and the total project budget, which includes the previously approved $549,000, will be funded with higher education funds, cash, institutional funds, and gifts.
Any questions for Billy on this one? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, second item for TTU HSC.
HSC El Paso. This is approve the concept and authorize expenditures of the Clinical Science Building Project for Design Professional Stage 1 Design Services. I think you've seen this before, maybe in exec session, talking about the proposed site. So the next 2 items kind of go together. We've got this clinical building and the cancer site, cancer center too. So we're targeting that tall rectangular space there. Not really sure until we get the design teams going how those buildings are going to be configured on the site and how they're going to exactly lay out, but we're just kind of got a holding spot there for you guys. So this is to execute a design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design. That's for programming, schematic design, a statement of probable costs, and a project schedule. Project will construct approximately, it's got 160,000 square feet. 120 will be built out, 40,000 we're looking at will be shell space. And the facility will house clinics for internal medicine, neurology, obstetrics, gynecology, ophthalmology, orthopedics, surgery, et cetera, which includes the following features. We're going to have 155 examination procedure rooms for all the disciplines, and then the support areas for all the clinical operations. It's also got administrative, clinical providers, clinical support spaces, touchdown spaces, resident touchdown spaces and classroom areas, support system for the building, the IT, mechanical, electrical, those areas, other ancillary spaces, and parking. So the ask is $2 million to get our design professionals started on design stage 1. And the recommendation, sir, is to approve the expenditures of $2 million to provide planning and design services for the Clinical Science Building Project with an anticipated project budget of $120 million, award a design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 design services. The expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with capital construction assistant funds, and gifts and other institutional funds.
Billy, would you mind just sharing with the rest of the Regents kind of what the tentative schedule might be for, this particular project?
Yeah, we've got basically for stage one is going to be about 20 weeks just to get to that design. Then I'll come back and seek permission for stage two. Probably put a contractor on at that time, hopefully. I don't really know on the build side of how long this is going to take. I want to see how it kind of lays out with the other building, because we also have a clinical building that we'll talk about in a minute that's in between the cancer and the clinical building. So I hate to guess at the construction, but I can tell you the design's going to take probably about a year.
And about how big a financial commitment are we talking about? And when we sort of get into this and we spend the money on the design and we get fairly committed to the project, what do we estimate the total build price is?
Well, I mean, we're looking at $120 million total project budget for this. I think the CCAP money, it's about 60 million, 65 million, somewhere around there. But there's also, President Lang's also got his old existing clinic that he's got, so he's working to help fund it through that too. I don't know, Dr. Lang, if you want to address that question.
No, right. This new clinic will replace an existing clinic, which University Medical Center will purchase. That will provide, at current day, 35 million, or probably more by the time we sell it. So the other 25 million will come from institutional funds that we have.
And the timeline you need all this to be done?
But we can operate in our current clinic building, and so we'll keep that until this one's finished.
Any questions for Billy on this item?
President Lang, did I hear you say that University Medical Center is going to committed to pay 35 million, or that's the number you're talking about right now for the facility, but in a couple of 3 years, maybe more than that?
Whatever fair market value is at the time, yes, sir.
So what would University Medical Center use it for? A clinic that's similar to what you're using it for?
Right, and in fact, what we're trying to do, there's a large road that runs between the campuses called Reynolds, and it's a raised road. Currently, we're trying to make sure that UMC has access north from where they're currently at, all the way up to I-10, and currently those two buildings we have are in their way. Where we'll put this building is land that they own, so we're essentially swapping sides of Reynolds Road.
Great, thanks.
Any additional questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Please provide the second item for El Paso.
Yes, sir. This is to approve the concept and authorize expenditures of the Comprehensive Cancer Center project for design professional stage one design services. And our goal is to have both of these buildings being designed at the same time, constructed at the same time, the same CM agent working both projects. So this is why we're pushing these through at the same time. You can see there, we've shown some parking down by the railroad tracks there. We obviously have issues with vibration and things there that we'll be dealing with in this project. And it's also got the proposed imaging center shown there. Scope Services execute a design professional agreement and authorize stage one design services to move forward with the project's vision. Again, programming, schematic design, statement of probable costs, and project schedule. Here's the overview. This is a 90,000 square foot multi-story facility to provide cancer screening and to improve cancer treatments and outcomes. The proposed new facility will include, we do have a standalone single-story imaging center of 20,000 square feet, 12,000 of that square feet of the space, which will include numerous machines, diagnostic equipment, including x-rays, PET scans, CTs, MRIs, mammogram equipment, radiology, fluoroscopy equipment, ultrasound equipment, as well as another host of treatment and diagnostic equipment. And 8,000 square feet of that will be for support and dedicated space for common areas, clinical support, waiting areas, nurses stations, et cetera. So the Oncology Center, about 70,000 square feet, 11,500 of that will be for medical oncology clinic, 11,000 for radiation oncology, 11,300 for the infusion clinic, and the remaining 36,200 will be again for support, touchdown space, non-assignable square footage for administration, common areas, and building support spaces. So the ask is for the 1.725 million, to put our design professional on and start the services. And per schedule, it's about the same as the other one, about 20 weeks for stage one and about 30 weeks for stage two. Like I said, we're trying to figure out how those two are going to be married up with each other on the site. And they'll share utility cost. We'll be able to do a lot of things working them at the same time. So the recommendation is to approve expenditures of 1.7 to provide planning and design services for the Comprehensive Cancer Center. Award a design professional agreement, authorize stage one design services for the budget's going to be about $95 million. The expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with legislative appropriations that we got $65 million from the legislature during a regular session in gift funds and institutional funds.
Billy, can you go back to the picture,
The site?
the site?
Yes, sir.
So the clinic will go on the top, this cancer center on the bottom, I guess parking lot kind of in the middle, that piece.
Yeah, that's showing the parking lot down closest to the railroad.
And doctor, we had always talked about that clinic, the existing clinic today, going back to, I guess the UMC had the right to buy that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The 35 million that was kind of talked about?
Yes, sir. That's exactly where we currently are, and so as soon as we can move our clinic space, they'll purchase this
Over,
property.
that would go back to them and, okay.
Yes, sir. And Regional Wamba, appropriate to your question, we think we can have substantial savings in our clinic building by having those shared services, radiology, labs, which are very expensive, and we have those really financed through the cancer center, so we'll be able to use those.
And I guess I asked my question poorly a while ago. I know the proposed budget is 120. Based on what you know today, how accurate is that $120 million budget?
Well, of course, we got to program it. I don't know what all is exactly going to go into the space. The 120 million actually came from Dr. Lang's team in the pre-planning document that's passed down to me. On the cancer side, we actually had a document that was done by an outside agency that said this is what that thing ought to cost, that knows the cancer business. So the clinical, we do have some shell space in there, and that'll be the flexible point of this. If the budget gets too hard, we'll add more shell space, or we'll lop off some square footage. But I think what they've done is taken their old clinical space and looking in the future what they need for clinical space and came up with the square footage, and then it's just a factor multiplied by that.
So Regional Wamba, when we proposed that, it was without no knowledge that the cancer center would be available. So that $120 million for 120,000 square foot included all the imaging, which is very expensive, and the laboratory, stuff like that. And now we'll be able to incorporate that in the cancer center, have an adjacent building to be able to use it. So I'm pretty confident, unless costs go up, that
What are the chances that could happen?
yeah, probably no. That's right. It will be with the budget.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Billy? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present your construction projects report.
We're going to do two today, but I'm going to invite Emily Wilkinson up, the Executive Director of Public Art, to talk about this one, and then I've got one more after that. Here's your clicker.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me talk to you about this today. I just wanted to really share with you what the vision is for this sculpture, because it's about to be publicized quite a bit through the fundraising process. So I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of this before we really go public with it. So I believe in September of 2022, I was approached by the Centennial Committee for Texas Tech about the possibility of maybe creating a sculpture to commemorate the centennial. Through this meeting, we really made the decision that the Texas Tech Alumni Association would raise the money to commission this sculpture and would kind of help us in that process. So we were able to, because we worked with them at the beginning, work through kind of the similar public art process that we normally do. So we solicited artists to apply and kind of posted it worldwide and received almost 70 submissions of interested artists around the world to be considered to create this sculpture for us. Our committee selected 3 finalists, and they came here to Lubbock to do proposals and present kind of their idea for the sculpture. So today I wanted to share with you our final concept. It's titled 100 Reflections, and it's created by an artist, Randy Walker from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So this was actually unanimously selected by the committee and has been approved by President Skubanek and Chancellor Mitchell. The piece is going to have 100 double T's, one to represent each year of Texas Tech. Each of the poles will have a year etched into each one to really hit home that this is the first 100 years of Texas Tech. And they'll vary in height. So 1923 will actually be our smallest pole at about 2 feet tall, and then 2023 is the tallest pole at 17 feet. So the 100 double T's actually come together to create one larger double T. It'll have very different angles. So what you see right here is kind of the back. So you'll just see kind of the taller columns on the back side, and really look different from every angle. The artist would like to put his piece in what is now called Red Raider Plaza, which is near the Student Union building, the library, and you see the Southwest Collection in the background of this rendering. So each one will be painted red. The double T's themselves will be reflective, so they'll kind of collect any ambient light in the space. And then as you can see, it'll be lit at night as well. It'll also have that double T bench around the bottom, and the capstone of that will be the same as what you see around campus. It'll kind of tie in that central aspect of campus through that. Oh, sorry. Once the funding is secured for this piece, where the artist is saying his budget is $300,000. Once the funding is secured, it'll take him 9 months to create it. And through our deal with the Alumni Association, the artist will not start work until we have all the funds raised to make sure we have all the money to create this sculpture. I did put the model in the back Regent area, in case you were wondering what that was, just so you could kind of see what the artist had made. So he has some ideas for landscaping in the middle of the double T to kind of further highlight this idea of the double T and what it means to Texas Tech. Does anybody have questions?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, one more. Had to talk about this. We celebrated the ribbon cut of the Cash Family Ranch Life Learning Center on October 12th. This is a project that you've watched as we've talked about it, and it's also been in the facilities report as we move through this. This has 20,000 square feet of outside. This is ranch life that is told by Hank the Cowdog, who was created by John Erickson. This project really exceeded my expectations when it was finished. We have some really cool photos of this. This one, Regent Cash and your family, thank you for letting us take the dream of the Ranching Heritage Center and the story of Hank the Cowdog to talk about the true meaning and what the true business is of ranching. The top left is part of the bottom left is the ranch house. Top left is someone playing in the ranch house. Top right, we have a lot of exhibits, a lot of interactive exhibits that are done, a lot of touch screen. The kids, if you've been out there and seen it, the kids are just loving this thing, and there's a lot of things there that they can learn really what true ranching is. I know Jim Brett had his horse out there in the amphitheater. We've had wildlife brought out for all the kids to see, and I think Regent Cash, you told me that there was like 1,000 kids out there over one weekend or something. So they were crawling all in the creek, and breaking a few things and doing some stuff like that. But I just wanted to bring this up in one, thank you, and thanks Texas Tech and the Ranch Life Learning, National Ranching Heritage for letting us do this project because it really turned out nice.
We're gonna have to go through another fundraiser so Jim Brett can fix all the things those kids are breaking.
I didn't see Jim Brett. Anyway, really, really cool. It's fun to watch the kids out there, so really a neat design.
Billy, Regent Cash, to you and Ashley, Donna and Kay, thank you.
I caught President Scuvina, we got a picture of him playing with, I think it was the pig or the cow, looking at all the,
the possum.
the stomachs and things. We need a possum, but, so it's really cool. So the outdoor area, you can go out there. There's a wall that has the different wildlife in Texas, and it's got their actual prints, and the kids can go around and look for the prints on the ground to see if they can identify that. Like I said, all the characters from John Erickson's books are stationed out there, and so really cool deal. Great vision by Jim Brett and his team, and it was a pleasure and an honor to do that for you. So that's my report unless someone else has a question.
I don't have a question, but just a quick comment that we as board members are surrounded on this dais by our friends of this institution who have given their time and their treasure and their talent. We spend time as a board member trying to move the enterprise forward as best we can. But then when you get the additional value of a treasure and a talent that these board members bring, this is what you get, and it's fantastic, and it's an honor, and it should bring great pride to this community for what the Cash family did, but also these other significant investments that my colleagues make on behalf of these enterprises should be noticed and should be appreciated, and we want to do that again today. Thanks, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Billy. I appreciate the report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Womble. The next committee to meet will be the Finance and Investments Committee. It is chaired by Regent Campbell, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Campbell, please continue with the Finance and Investments Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 10th, 2023. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Hocutt, please present item 1.
Thank you, Regent Campbell. Good morning. Big football game this weekend. Just talking about the possum, I would tell you to keep your head on a swivel this weekend. There may be another possum sighting at Jones AT&T Stadium. I'm not going to say any more.
I have one quick question. How is it that we had an animal wrangler immediately available?
No kidding.
On the site?
Yes.
No kidding.
We have an ag school.
Yes. Well, we've had history with fox
Okay.
during football games, so we try to be prepared. But animal control is on site for each home football game. And
The preparation was impressive.
And it looked like a calf roping event. It looked like they turned the possum out and then just to see how fast they could catch it. It was unbelievable.
I don't know if anything can beat President Skubinik's commentary. If you haven't seen that YouTube video, that's a star in the making right there.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but it's kind of a sad statement when your life is reduced to that.
Okay, sorry for that.
I apologize. Texas Tech Athletics, we've been very fortunate for almost 2 decades now that we've had a premier teammate in Under Armour who has outfitted all of our teams and our athletes. They have been a terrific partner to make sure that we have the best gear for training and competition, and have always worked hand in hand with us to represent our brand. The contract with Under Armour expires June 30th of 2024. Through contractual terms, there was an opportunity for us to go to the open market earlier this fall and talk to others about our apparel needs. And through that process, we have agreed in principle with Adidas to outfit all of our student athletes and our teams, and we're really excited about that. However, I would be remiss, again, not to thank Under Armour. They have been extremely loyal, they've been extremely generous, and they have been a premier partner and teammate. So much appreciation to that company, and that company will continue to thrive and to grow. July 1, we are excited that we've agreed in principle with an agreement with Adidas to outfit our teams. It's an enhanced investment into Texas Tech athletics, both from an apparel situation as well as a marketing and cash situation. There's some really exciting and unique facets that have been agreed to, again, in principle, with uniform designs, uniform drops. There's also a separate component that will go directly to our student athletes in an NIL component that has been discussed with Adidas. So it's cutting edge. It's one of its kind. Everybody knows we've got some terrific professional ambassadors that are partners of Adidas in the professional golf space with Ludwig Aberg, and in the National Football League with Patrick Mahomes. And I would tell you both of them were instrumental in getting this deal agreed to in principle, and Patrick has been beside us and in front of us every step along the way. That being said, we seek approval today to move forward in those continued negotiations and enter into a long-form contract with Adidas. We've agreed in principles to certain terms. There's still some items to be negotiated, and we seek your approval today to allow President Skuvinek to permit us to move forward with those negotiations and finalize the negotiation and upcoming partnership with Adidas.
Thank you. Any questions?
How long a term do you think you'll sign, Kirby?
We're looking at a 10-year commitment. Regent Womble's what we've discussed and talked about, and that was important to both parties, as well as the ambassadors that I mentioned that helped us along the way.
Kirby, either way, any reaction to our student athletes about this change?
Yeah, extremely positive. The Sunday that Patrick showed up for the Kansas City Chiefs game, and he got out of his car going into the locker room with the Texas Tech t-shirt and logo with the Adidas logo underneath it, created quite a buzz and a lot of excitement within our athletics department. And our coaches are really excited. Our student athletes are excited for the partnership, so it's been received extremely well.
And they like the gear, they like the shoes, so that will be a kind of a seamless. I understand there's other aspects to it, but they're excited about those aspects.
100%. And I will tell you that Adidas came with a team of 9 individuals and have spent 2.5 to 3 days with us in uniform conceptual design for next year. Their energy, their excitement to be our partner, the talent that they brought to campus, our coaches were really excited about that. Obviously, in the footwear industry, they're a leader in that space, and they're excited to work with a number of our programs. But from an apparel and footwear in particular standpoint, our student athletes and coaches are very excited.
And still in discussions around branding with Patrick, and I'm going to use the word Jumpman type, logo type thing from an Adidas standpoint, and obviously not Nike, but that continues, those discussions.
Yeah, those conversations continue, and I think what Regent Cash is referring to is Patrick's individual logo, which he continues to bring to market more and more prominently, I think, in the past number of months. And I think he and his team have a vision of growing his individual mark in conjunction with Adidas. And I think there's opportunities for us to be a partner in that. And those conversations between Adidas and Patrick and his team continue to move forward. And I think that we'll have opportunity to be a part of that as he continues to expand his brand.
Kirby, are you far enough down the road in your negotiations with Adidas to know what the annual monetary benefit's going to be to Texas Tech versus what it was with Under Armour?
You know, it'll be significant increase in investment, Regent Colt, both from a merchandise standpoint as well as a financial standpoint. There's still some components there to be further negotiated and agreed upon, but it will be a significant investment compared to what our current deal is.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on this. It's a huge win for Texas Tech athletics, and I think goes hand in hand with all the other advances we're making and the steps we're taking to achieve our aspirations. So commend you in this and appreciate you making the report. So
Thank you.
I move to approve this item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item number 2.
Good morning. Before I do, I'd like to make a request that I always follow Billy Breedlove and not Kirby Hokut. If that's possible, let's put that in place. Okay. Not coming up on the screen. There we go. Okay. Well, okay. That's a presentation I'll get to in a minute. Second agenda item is asking for the board to approve third-party electricity supply contracts for approved retail electricity providers. What this is similar to what Kirby was just talking about. We are in the process of evaluating RFP responses for electricity providers, and we intend to have service in place in early March. And so the February board meeting would just be cutting it a little bit too close. And so we're asking that the board authorize the president or his designee to enter into negotiations. This RFP has been headed up by TTU, but it is structured as a system contract. The immediate implications would be for TTU and HSC and system administration. But it is being structured so that the other components can join this contract as their current contracts expire. Any questions?
With regard to the state of that industry, is there any consideration for this campus to explore the possibility of acquisition of generation plants around the area? Obviously, LPNL is getting out of that business. And is there a case that could be made that would be compelling for us to consider creating and managing our own power as a campus, and even selling off any excess power that might be generated by virtue of our ownership or acquisition of a power plant?
I'm going to say the simple answer of yes, while I ask Sean Childers to come up here and speak much more intelligently about it.
I don't want to hijack the conversation
No, no.
or the presentation on that, but
It's a good question.
I don't know what the appropriate time is to do that.
Good morning. That's a good question, and we've had many conversations with LPNL and several others about the existing cogeneration station on the campus. Since LPNL was aware that it was going to kind of phase out, or they were not going to use it any longer, they have not reinvested in that facility in quite a while. It needs about $2 to $2.5 million just directly invested in it to bring it up to par or up to speed. The second part of that is it's a peaker unit, so it's only called on randomly and it's not run all the time. So we've kind of been running those traps, but we're not getting a positive interest that would be a viable solution on an ongoing relationship with ERCOT going forward. So we have had those conversations, but we have not been able to flush out a business model that would work.
Thanks, Sean.
And it should be noted, we did have a good conversation with Regent Cash. He was very willing to share his expertise and his connections to help us as we continue to evaluate the responses. So that is much appreciated.
With regard to the tenure, the term of the contract, James, what is what's the pricing model? Are there increases built in? Is this a fixed price contract? Is hedging available? Those types of things.
So as far as the contract itself, we are, again, reviewing the responses from the 4 providers, and they actually are due back next month with revised and red line agreements. And so we're digging into that aspect of it, and we'll monitor that as part of the evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If there are no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 3.
Yes, sir. Item 3 is to authorize agreement for optional retirement plan consulting services with Cap Trust. So just a little bit of background on this information. When you hire on to the system administration or one of the components, you are by default in the defined benefit retirement plan. Certain qualifying individuals can opt out of that and go into what's called the optional retirement plan. It is a defined contribution plan, very similar to what you're probably used to with the 401k. We do have 3 existing agreements, plans across the system, and we've been looking at this actually before I even got here. So we are trying to move forward into consolidating into one optional retirement plan for the entire system and all of its components. And to get there and to put the kind of infrastructure that we need inside of it, we have reached out to a firm called Cap Trust. They are very familiar with the Texas higher ed systems. They actually started working with UNT system when I was there 5, 6, 7 years ago. And so we're planning on entering into that contract. We'll have our own, but we'll be using that to bypass the RFP. We have roughly 2,300 participants across the system and all of its components involved in this, so it's a significant impact, and we want to make sure we're doing it right. Cap Trust is going to help us structure an RFP for the new consolidated plan. They will provide fiduciary training to those that are administering the plan. They provide a lot of high-quality services that will help us make sure that this plan is what it should be for those participants.
Any questions? Seeing as there are none, I move to approve this item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please continue with item number 4.
Item 4 is, again, another RFP that we are currently evaluating. It's for investment consulting services. As you know, NEPC is our current provider and has been a longtime provider for the system in that capacity. And their contract expires in January with no renewal options available. They've all been exhausted. So the intent, well, we have an RFP out on the street right now. We have responses in. Could not wait until the February board meeting. We didn't want to have a gap where we did not have an investment consultant available to us. So we're asking that this contract be authorized based on the outcomes of the RFP review.
Any questions?
Will that be brought to us, or are we authorizing it without knowing what terms and conditions are? We're authorizing you to get to that contractual culmination, if you will. What type of information will this board be provided relative to that?
So the intent with this action item was to authorize that contract without knowing the terms. The RFP is for a 5-year contract, so you do have that information, but as far as the terms, that can be brought back as an informational item at the February board meeting.
I would ask that be the case,
Yes, sir.
please.
Happy to do so.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Actually, there's no vote on this one, is there, Keno? Sorry. Oh, there is? Okay, sorry, I lost track. I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 5.
Okay. We are to the annual report on endowments across the system. So I'm going to just give you the highlights, and then we will go through the slides fairly quickly unless there are specific questions. As we all know, endowments are critical to the affordability of higher education, to the financial health of the system and its components. They benefit students through scholarships. They also provide endowed chairs and things of that nature. We have over 5,000 endowments across the system, totaling almost 1.8 billion. We're getting close to that 1.8 mark. And it's a pretty heavy lift to manage and administer that, but it's well worth it as the benefit that we see to the students and the components. So I believe everyone in this room understands the definition, purpose, benefits of the endowments, but I think it's important to just hit on a few highlights. As we all know, endowments are intended for long-term growth that spin off earnings in perpetuity. We're not looking at years ahead, we're looking at generations ahead. The benefits support that will impact both current and future generations, consistent and stable source of revenue. And as I said, it's a significant effort, especially for over 5,000 separate endowment funds. And so Patrick Kramer's IA team does a fantastic job of managing the incoming pledges, the incoming endowments, reviewing those, making sure that they're set up properly, processing payments if it's a pledge and payments are to come in. They do much more than that. I'm oversimplifying for time. We have an accounting and reporting team that focuses on the distributions, making sure that they get processed properly and distributed components so that they can be spent according to the intent of the donor. And then, of course, we have the investment office down in Austin who manages these investments and makes sure that we have a corpus that's not only able to spin off the 4.5% each year, but also is growing so that that 4.5% dollar value continues to grow. As you can see here, it's a beautiful chart. There's not too many years where we actually dipped down, but the last 3 years have been phenomenal. As you can see, the total endowments across the system continues to grow. And I will point out here, it's important to understand that not all the endowments are in the LTIF. So when we present the LTIF and you don't see 1.785 billion, that's why. Some of those are not held in the LTIF. But total endowments continue to grow at a steady pace. You can see exactly what contributes to those numbers here, focusing specifically on the last 3 years with now that we have fiscal 2023 numbers in. You can see contributions received dropped significantly, but they're actually just dropping back to normal, if not a little bit above normal levels. It's just that 21 and 22 were just unbelievable as far as donations received. Investment returns, as we all know, the markets have been highly volatile and fluctuating, so you can see 21 was a monster year. We had a little bit of a negative last year, and we're back to a positive return of 79.1 million. And the good news is, as I mentioned, the distributions, which is the primary focus of the endowments, they continue to grow. That means more and more money is being distributed to the components for the benefit that the donor intended. Tim Barrett will actually be presenting on the LTIF performance in a minute on a separate presentation, but you can see the LTIF performance numbers, and these are the numbers that are going into the donor packets that are going out in the mail, I believe, in the next few weeks. So 5.5%, 6% 1 year. Again, endowments are long-term. We don't focus too much on the 1 year, but it is a good number. We've looked at other similar sized endowments, and we're right there in the pack. 3 years, of course, 9.97, and you can see the rest of the numbers. From here on out, we really just try to show you the same picture, looked at it through different lenses. So this is just showing you an idea of how much of those endowments are benefiting each of the components within the system. No surprise, Texas Tech has the largest percent there, and you can see the other ones. same pot of money. This is broken out by where is the money or whose money is it. You can see that Texas Tech Foundation is almost half of that 1.78 billion, and continues to be a strong percentage of that. But the list is much longer, as you can see. Carr Foundation, funds held in trust, where we're not holding the money, but there are endowments that are benefiting the system or one of its components. We just don't hold or manage that money. And we also have the monetized gifts in there that the board authorized a few years back. I believe it's 2020, I believe. Again, just showing you the growth and the contributions, the distributions to the components, as that is the primary importance. Endowments by type, we're very happy that almost half of that dollar amount is dedicated to scholarship support. Obviously, we want to keep higher ed affordable for students in the Texas Tech system for generations to come, and so that's a very important piece, not to diminish faculty chairs, academic support, and of course research. And then we also have for you here the distributions by component. You'll notice that these are a little bit different percentages than the endowments by component. That is simply because some of the endowments have a higher payout rate than most of them. Most of ours are in the LTIF. They spin off 4.5% per year. We do have some endowments that pay out more than that. So specifically, I know Carr pays out more than that, and you can see ASU is 19% of the distributions, where I believe they were 15% of the endowments. So just to explain some of those variances. And with that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
James, how do we manage and monitor what I would call the dormant endowments, that might not have a lot of activity? How do we recognize those, and what do we do about it as far as pushing that money out and achieving the goal or the aspiration of those people who made the donation?
Yes, sir. I can tell you what my experience has been in the last 10 months, which is that our IA department monitors that. They run at least annual reports, if not more frequently, showing underutilized endowments. And I just had a conversation with Joe Daly about this week, about when is the next report, and I'd like to see what those numbers look like. I know that as I've talked to the component CFOs about, hey, what are y'all doing in this area? They all state that they are actively monitoring that, working those, trying to make sure that that money gets spent. And again, we're expecting, I think by the February board meeting, we'll have an updated report from IA. And so be happy to report back to the board on that if that's the desire of the board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
James, will TTUS, will our system have any responsibility for administering or monitoring or spending any of the tough funds, or is that all going to be handled at the state level?
So the way the law is currently written, that money is handled and invested by the state comptroller through the Texas Safekeeping Trust and Company. Of course, spending it, yes, absolutely. That's all on Texas Tech, and they're actively looking at how they're going to be spending that money. But managing it as it's currently written, no, we don't handle that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mullen, for that report. Please continue with the investment performance report.
Okay. So I start off with my same quarterly reminder. I know that you typically only see this 4 times a year, and so I like to just remind everyone the LTIF, the Long-Term Investment Fund, is primarily endowments. It's almost exclusively endowments. That is managed by Tim Barrett and his team in Austin. And you can see there, that is, we have oversight of that for the board and administration through the IRC, the Investment Resource Council. After Tim talks about the LTIF, I'll come back and talk about the CSIP, which is where we manage and invest our operating and reserve funds. So that is handled internally as well, but by a different group than Tim and his team.
And then we do have the mission-directed investment fund as well. But at this point, I'll call up Tim Barrett, who, as you may recall from your emails, Tim was recently nominated individually. You know, the endowment team won Endowment of the Year earlier this year. Tim has been individually nominated as CIO of the Year. We don't know how that's going to work out, but just to be nominated again is a huge honor and well-deserved. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to jump forward with the investment report. So the LTIF is roughly broken out against a global 60-40 plus 100 is the benchmark. At the end of August, which is what this report reflects, we were pretty much spot on a 60% kind of target in our growth book and 40% on stable value, rounded up. The portfolio's been quite resilient through the volatile period. It's held up quite well. If you look at the bottom right, that's the stable value. So think of that 40% in the portfolio, that's what that represents. The dark blue line is how the stable value of LTIF performed. You can see in the 1 year it's about 5.4. It's virtually the same annualized on a 3-year basis. Drops off a little and then levels out at 4. The benchmark, which is the Bloomberg Global Aggregate, sometimes that's tough to get out of your mouth, is actually done very poorly over this period. And you can think of that as there's lots of government bonds in that index. So when interest rates go up, the price of government bonds goes down. So that index has really been hurt. So how have we outperformed by so much? Because people ask that. We didn't hold a lot of those bonds. We didn't hold a lot of the government bonds. We held more corporate credit. And that performed much better over that period. Go to the left side of the chart where you see the green. That is LTIF's growth portfolio. Again, that's against the 60% against the ACWI. So think of that as public stocks globally. In the 1 year period, we're quite a bit behind, and I'll dig into that number a little bit further in the presentation. But you can see over all the longer periods, we're pretty dramatically outperforming. When we talk about how do we do that, you're investing in private equity, public equities, oil and gas, all kinds of different things. So it's more diversified than the stock market and also takes on illiquidity risk in the private markets. And you usually get rewarded for that over the long haul. So this is just a breakdown in a different level to look at how the total LTIF's done. Again, over the longer period, you look at the 10-year number versus the benchmark. It's 6.9 versus 5.9. 7 years pretty substantially ahead, as is the 5 and the 3 years, enormously ahead at 9 versus 2. Again, we're slightly behind on the 1 year, but we're not very concerned about that at this point. Most of that is coming from the growth portfolios. You can see the growth portfolios at 5 versus 13 for the index. So why do I say I don't worry too much about that? So if you go to the growth portfolio, which is kind of about 4 lines down, and you look at public equity and you go across the public equity line item over the different time periods, you can see we outperform public stock market, the ACWI. So in that 1 year time frame, what happened? Well, if you go down the 1 year column and look at public equity and then get down to private equity and real assets, which is approximately 24-25% of the overall LTIF, those had negative returns for the year, right? Private equity's been written down. Some of our real estate and oil gas has struggled a little bit. So you're seeing a -5 and a -6. If you go further to the right to the 3, 5, 7, and 10-year numbers, you can see that it's much better. And that's how private assets work. It takes time for those to work. You buy a company, you don't instantly write it up. You got to make changes to that company. You got to grow that company. So over time, we believe that portfolio will continue to perform. So probably the most important thing I think about the LTIF is this chart and another one I'm going to show you shortly. But this is really meant to give the perspective of what we're here for, right? As James mentioned, we're here to pay out to the institution for academic chairs and to pay out for student scholarships. We do that by trying to match that gray line that looks like it's the one that doesn't wiggle at all, right? It's very smooth. It's smooth because it's CPI plus 5 and that's not a real market-based number. So it's very smooth over time. What you see with the volatility of the markets is the black, red, and yellow lines. That's the investment markets going up and down over that CPI plus 5. Over the long haul, we want to try to stay ahead of that. Right now, we're not. Inflation's really high, and you can see we're below it at the end in 2023. But we're highly confident that over time, we'll go back above that as rates come back down. The red line is LTIF, and you can see that we've kind of annualized around 7.21%, and we're pretty dramatically ahead of that 6.81 since inception, and especially over the 3 and 5 year period. This is a new chart. I think you guys have seen this maybe once or twice, but this takes some of the data that James showed you earlier and really puts it in a graphical form. And I love this chart because it shows the synergistic relationship between us and institutional advancement. If you look at that gray bar, the light gray color, that's additions. That institutional advancement, the foundation boards, everybody goes out and works to raise money. And you can see that ebbs and flows depending on the year. But the beautiful thing about that is if you look at the red lines, which are investment returns, which are quite volatile, you can see in certain years, institutional investment adds money when we didn't make much money. So that grows the fund and helps stabilize the fund over time. And you can really see that in the second bar in from the left. I mean, look how big last year's fundraising was on that gray bar. The returns were rather anemic that year. But in aggregate, we were able to grow the portfolio together. If you look at the red and black combined on the right and add those together, that gets about $2.1 billion. That's kind of the value of the operations that we run, right? That's the value of the endowment and the value of the payout. You can almost think of, I guess I would call the endowment like a dividend stock, right? So when you think of a dividend stock, what's the most important part to most people? It's the payout. It's that black line on the right. But the dividend stocks in the stock market, it's going to move up and down with the market. That's the red line. That's the capital changes in market value, right? The two of those together are the value added of the program that you guys have put in place and built. I'm going to stop there unless there's any other questions, and then James is going to jump on.
Tim, how do you account for the gray bar, the IA participation and investment? How is that factored into the return percentage?
Right. The IA money that comes in is a contribution. Every time that contribution comes in, think about it if, let's just do a stock fund, for example. We'll say we're 100% stocks. And Patrick, I have $100 in the fund, and Patrick gives me another $100. I put it in the stock fund. It'd be no different than you putting in the mutual fund. Your base value has now gone from 100 to 200. What we do with it is the return on top of that, right? So they're considered pure contributions.
So I think it's worth pointing out that, you know, if our target is CPI plus 5, we're paying out 4.5%, you know, and we haven't been able to hit CPI plus 5 lately anyway. You know,
Correct.
but assuming we do, our buying power is increasing by 0.5% each year, you know, on a real basis.
That's correct.
So really to grow the endowment on a, you know, in its buying power, it's on advancement, it's on additional contributions. So that's really what we're relying on based on the payout that we have right now, essentially.
That's spot on. Without those contributions, with that high of a payout, it would be really almost very, very tough to grow the endowment without taking substantially more risk, right? And you see that with a lot of peers. A lot of peers are closer to 80-20. When I say 80-20, I mean 80% invested in equity and 20% in stable value, if you will. And they do that for various reasons.
What's our crystal ball? Look into your crystal ball and tell me.
Hang on a second.
How are the markets going to react moving into next year with the Feds pausing their interest temporarily? What are you and what's your experts thinking as we move into next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a tough call. I would say this year has been particularly strange, right, with interest rates and then way more geopolitical tension than I've seen in a long time. So I think there's a lot of risk for volatility to continue in the markets. when you look at what's happened since this report, right, this is August. So you had July kind of peaked in equity markets. August, September, October, what happened? Markets down, right? People are worried about inflation, they're worried about the economy. Markets didn't do well. CPI came in lower than expected at the end of October, early November. You've seen markets rip in November. Markets are up over 7.8% in the month of November right now, equity markets. That's an insane for 1 month. I think you're going to see the market continue to do fairly well, provided that the economy, that the Fed didn't overdo it. So you're starting to see cracks in consumer spending and things like that. I think that bodes well for lower rates sometime next year. I know a lot of people are saying, hey, well, they're not going to lower rates at all. It's higher for longer. If the economy keeps stumbling, right, and you start to see slower demand in PMIs, employment goes down, they're going to lower rates.
Pull back, yeah.
Second, I don't want to bring politics into it, but I mean, we live in a political world. The election's coming, I believe, next year. People are going to be incentivized to try to make the economy look really good. How do you do that? Lower rates. The Fed's supposedly independent, but there will be pressure to get the economy going well. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
I'd go long equities through year end.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tim?
Okay, on to the CSIP, and I'd like to start really going back to my first board meeting with you back in February. One of the things, well, several things I wanted to focus on at that time and shared with you was, first of all, the policy calls for a pool advisory committee that's made up of myself, the component CFOs, the investment advisor, the investment consultant, and those meetings hadn't been taking place quite as often as they should have, and so we got that back started up. The CFOs, I think, are happy about that, although they didn't want more meetings. We also set up some Investment 101 training for the ones that investments are not necessarily their wheelhouse, to get them more comfortable with the conversations that we're having about the structure and asset allocation of the CSIP. Another ongoing conversation that had been taking place prior to my arrival, probably well prior to my arrival, was the feeling that we were too conservative. We had too much in cash. And so my commitment to you was that we were going to take a look at that. We were going to take a look at it from an analytical point, though. And so we've been working with the components to get cash flow analysis done. We've received all those in, and so I very much appreciate the component CFOs on getting their teams to put that together and get it submitted to us. We're working with NEPC to analyze those. I expect in February we'll be able to come back with a recommendation on maybe a new allocation. So 60-30-10 is what we currently do. Let's see, yeah. 60-30-10, 60% in the non-current segment, which is more like an equity typical endowment almost portfolio. 30-10 is the cash and contingency segments, 30% in the contingency, which is your fixed income, and 10% in cash, which is like your checkbook. So we talked about that. We also talked about, not in February, but I think in May or August, we talked about in the cash segment, which is only 10% of this pool, but we had a lot in the bank accounts versus the investment funds. Those investment funds are like money market funds, but they still provide a higher return than the bank accounts do. So we've been really focusing in on that. I'll share with you in a minute the results of that. I think the Treasury team has done a great job of honing in on that, and we're starting to see the results. And so just wanted to give you a little bit of that, I guess, context, especially for the newer regents who weren't here during those times. And we've been looking at the non-current segment, but obviously that is the biggest piece. It may even be growing in size when we come back in February with that recommendation. So that is really where I'm starting to turn much more of my focus after we've looked at the other assets. So here you can see the returns. Again, the non-current segment has performed well, especially in the 1 year. Over time, it hasn't been as well, and there's some reasons for that, I think, based on what I've heard of what happened before I got here, so I'll talk about that in a minute. You can see the cash and contingency segment. Again, I'll remind you that these percentages are based on total return, which you don't typically look at when you're a buy and hold bond investor. So, but to report the whole portfolio in a uniform manner, we show that here. I'll show you some more meaningful numbers as far as that segment in just a minute.
Is there a policy value to the CSIP? I see we're almost 2 billion. Is that seems a little high to me based on, but I don't know what needs arise from a cash versus investment standpoint. And are we maximizing that non-current, or is there a policy that places it into the CSIP that does not allow it to be considered or invested in the LTIP?
Okay, a couple of questions there. You're right. It's been a good thing to notice that, hey, this number's growing. So a reminder, this pool is our operating and reserve funds. So I don't know if too big would be what I would use to describe it. There's really nowhere else we would put it unless we decided to put some of this in the LTIF. I believe the CSIP investment policy doesn't allow for that, but that is definitely something we can look at, and I'll take into consideration as we start to formulate our recommendation
Yeah,
to
I
come
really
back in
appreciate your
February.
attention to this since you've come on board. I know it's been a top priority for you, but it's very strategically important for us to be thinking about it because it's now larger than the endowment, which is, kind of crazy to think about.
Right.
And so, it's something we obviously don't need to forget about and continue to pay attention to.
Sure. And of course, as you know, and we've talked about this before, there is the factor of this big number also helps us maintain our AA+ credit rating. So when we issue bonds, if we shifted this more into an endowment type portfolio, the credit agencies the rating agencies may not give us as much credit for this. And so we have to monitor that and make sure we don't hurt ourselves there. But agreed, it needs to be, we've been looking at it, but as I said, I'm starting to turn a lot more of my focus as far as the CSIP goes into the non-current segment and what should that look like. So I appreciate that. And one thing I want to point out on this slide is look at the public equity section. From 3 years on, the numbers are pretty ridiculous. They're way under the benchmark. And there is a footnote here at the bottom that says, historical returns those are assets held before the creation of the non-current segment. So we've made a lot of changes in this area over the last, it sounds like maybe 4 or 5 years. And so it's created some real, the investment professional's term is drag and inefficiencies in the portfolio of making multiple changes. For those of you who have been here a long time, you remember we used to have the CITIF, which was the short investment fund. We had the ITIF, which was the intermediate, and then the LTIF. We moved the LTIF to Tim Barrett's group, and then we decided to move it back and be managed by my team here. And so a lot of those changes are creating some issues that will eventually roll off of our numbers. But I want to be mindful of that as I'm looking at what should this look like going forward, as I don't want to exacerbate this issue that we've got in this particular portfolio. But the good news is, the 1 year number, we're well beyond the benchmark. Every area seems to be doing really well. Public debt, not so much, but we're focusing on that as well. On the cash side, as I mentioned, this is something I definitely want to focus on. And again, this is 10% of the pool. It's the smallest bucket. It's the checkbook, for the term that's been used here before. But it is an important part. It is $250 million roughly as of the end of August. And if you look, some new charts that we added this year, the bottom two, we didn't used to show really any of this to the board, but wanted you to see that our monthly, so DAA is daily average, I forget what the other A is, but it's daily average balances in the bank versus the investment funds. And why that's important is if you look at the bottom right chart, you can see that while we're getting historically good returns on the cash in the bank accounts, the investment pools are paying almost a whole percentage, 100 basis points above that. And so we've really been focusing on trying to fine tune things. And I've looked at year to date, 2023 numbers. There have been several, 2 or 3 months where the amount in the bank account was about 75% on a daily average balance and only 25% in the investment funds. And what you see here in August is the effect of us starting to focus on that. This isn't quite flipping it. I believe this had about 60% in the investment funds, but I've seen the September and October numbers and we've completely flipped that script. September and October, we had roughly 75% in the investment funds and 25% in the bank accounts. Is that where we're going to stop? No, we're continuing to look at ways to change the bank account structures, to make the cash management more efficient and optimized, but it's a significant improvement. I think the components will start to see the benefit of that through higher interest income throughout the year that enables them to do the things that they do. And lastly, we have the contingency segment. As I mentioned, this, if the cash segment's your checkbook, this is your savings account. It's there for emergencies. It's all fixed income. It's a short-term fixed income portfolio. You can see the ladder on the bottom right as we try to make sure that we're keeping that as even as possible to maximize interest income off those bonds. And as I mentioned earlier, ignoring total return, since we are buy and hold investors for bonds, yield to maturity in that top table on the second from the right column, yield to maturity is over 5%, and that's what we tend to focus on as buy and hold fixed income investors. And I believe that's my last slide, so if there are any questions.
Well, thank you for the report, Mr. Malden. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 10th, 2023. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. We are seeking approval for 4 faculty appointments with tenure. Keith Chafin joined our School of Veterinary Medicine as an Assistant Dean of Student Success and Professor of Equine Internal Medicine from Texas A&M. He has degrees from North Carolina State University and a DVM from North Carolina State's School of Veterinary Medicine. Anthony Criccio joined the Huckabee College of Architecture as our Chair of Online Construction and Associate Professor. His degrees are from UT Arlington. Barbara Laureate, PhD, joined the School of Law as an Associate Professor and the Dean Scholar in Intellectual Property. She comes to us from George Washington University, having earned degrees at Boston University and a doctorate from University of Oxford. And Dr. Ivy Waltz has joined the School of Music and is Associate Professor and Associate Dean in the Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts. Comes to Texas Tech from Ithaca College, where she earned her bachelor's and master's degrees and a PhD from University of Cincinnati. Approval of these 4 faculty members will bring the total number of full-time tenured faculty at Texas Tech to 769, representing 67.5% of all tenure-track faculty and 40% of all faculty.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions from anyone? Okay, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please continue item number 2.
We seek approval of the establishment of the Department of Interdisciplinary Arts in the Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts. President recommends and Chancellor concurs with that recommendation. Currently, the Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts functions simultaneously as a college and an academic unit with respect to housing 3 faculty members and a baccalaureate and PhD program in fine arts. We propose creating a department with a typical structure to consolidate and standardize departmental level functions across the college.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions on this one? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please continue with item number 3.
Thank you. We seek approval of the conferral of an honorary degree upon recommendation and concurrence of the President and the Chancellor for a Doctor of Law. Advance notice of this proposed degree was provided to you prior to the meeting. A complete listing and background data provided in your agenda book.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Hendrick.
Thank you.
Mr. Kramer and Mr. Jim Campbell, please present item number 4.
Thank you. Excuse me. So to begin with, this is to talk about an honorary naming for Red Stiegel. And those of you that don't know Red and his wife Gail, tremendous supporters of the Western culture. So it's my pleasure to talk about the honorary naming of the Red Stiegel Institute for Traditional Western Art. To go into a little bit about Red and his wife, they've gifted a priceless collection of Western art to the National Ranching Heritage Center. These art pieces are writings, songs, original work that span Red's incredible career, and it'll display his great legacy out there at the ranch. This monumental estate gift aligns perfectly with the mission for the National Ranching Heritage Center to preserve and interpret ranching history in North America. The National Ranching Heritage Center has a significant impact throughout the ranching community, and it's consistently expanding, as you can see from the Cash activity. Similar to the Cash Family Ranch Learning Life Center, this new institute will build upon the creation and addition to the Ranching Heritage Center to preserve the heritage and history of ranching, the cowboy culture in West Texas and this world. Texas Tech University is proud of its rural roots and honors the continued efforts of the support of the ranch. So to continue with the impact the center has on Western ranching community, we feel that there is no one more fit than Red Stiegel as a representative for the National Ranching Heritage Center Institute for Traditional Western Art. So Jim Brett's got some additional comments.
Good morning. Thank you, Patrick. Perhaps no one alive represents cow country values and authentic Western heritage than Red Stiegel. Red grew up in the Panhandle in the tremendous community of Sanford, Texas, but has had an amazing career. Even though he contracted polio at the age of 15, which prevented him from being a junction boy and playing football for Bear Bryant at A&M. But Red went on. He's had a popular music career that spans incredible width of music across multiple genres. But for the last 30 years, Red has kept cowboys and ranchers in front of a mainstream audience, primarily through his cowboy music and poetry, in addition to having a syndicated radio show for more than 30 years that many of us listen to on a daily basis and is now carried on rural radio. But in addition, he's been doing television shows for more than 20 years that air on RFD TV and the Cowboy Channel. Red was designated the Cowboy Poet of Texas in 1991 by the Texas legislature. I quit counting the number of halls of fame he's been inducted to at 15. He's won 16 Wrangler Awards from the National Cowboy Hall of Fame and Museum in Oklahoma City. And through this gift that Patrick delineated, Red's true vision is that we pass on these values, this heritage, by passing on our Western arts. And so thank you for this consideration. As Patrick mentioned, there's no one better suited to name the institute for than Red Stiegel.
And again, Red was just in town recently for the Golden Spur event that was held at the Buddy Holly Hall, and those of you that were there and spent time, again, what a tremendous performer, representative of Western culture. We had the opportunity to spend some time with him afterwards, and I hope into the coming years, all of you will get a chance to spend time with them. So the recommendation is to authorize the naming of the newly established Institute for Traditional Western Art under the auspice of the National Renting Heritage Center, the Red Stegall Institute for Traditional Western Art.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Any comments or questions from anyone? All right, I move to approve the motion as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those, any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the last formal agenda item, but I do want to take a moment to share something that was shared with me earlier today. So, over 2 years ago, the ACS committee kicked off this effort to encourage collaboration between universities, and that resulted in the issuance of 3 standing actions, and we've been getting reports on those at the May board meeting. So we're not going to get a report on those today. But part of what we were trying to do was create a culture of collaboration. And these 3 actions were just the start of that. And I was just forwarded an email where we have somebody, John Gachaco, with the Texas Tech Health Science Center, and he runs the Institute of Telehealth and Digital Innovation. But they independently kicked off a collaborative effort with Texas Tech University related to AI. And they're calling it the AI Think Tank. And they're meeting twice a month to identify opportunities in this game-changing technology that we have that could benefit, be of mutual benefit to people at Texas Tech and our folks at the Health Sciences Center. So I just wanted to commend Dr. Rice-Spearman for creating that culture internal to your university, and I just wanted to hold that up as an example for the types of efforts that we are looking for. It shouldn't take a committee board action, it shouldn't take a president action. It should be ingrained in the culture of each of our universities to want to reach out and collaborate with the other universities in our system. So thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Carrick Davis. Our final committee to meet today is the Audit Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is now called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 10th,
So moved.
2023. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. Good morning to the board and leadership. I'm going to talk about a topic that may not seem relevant to our institutions at first. It's the U.S. Federal Sentencing Guidelines, but I think you'll see in just a moment how important they are in the efforts that we have going on. The Federal Sentencing Guidelines were developed and initially published in 1987 in response to the Congressional Sentencing Reform Act of 1984. And the effort was to standardize sentences for individuals that committed federal crimes. Prior to that date, the sentencing could be all over the board. And so Congress wanted to have a guideline manual to help with people that were convicted of federal crimes. Congress also noted, as a part of their effort toward developing these guidelines, that the system of punishing individuals sometimes resulted in minimal fines and little to no culpability for organizations that might also have been involved in committing those crimes. They just treated it as a cost of doing business. So during the hearings about the federal sentencing guidelines, representatives from multiple federal agencies testified about the importance of internal controls, including compliance programs to deterring organizational crime. In order to address those issues, Chapter 8, Sentencing of Organizations, was added to the guidelines in 1991. They reflected the recognition by Congress that the current law didn't recognize that organizations had the potential to cause much greater harm to victims of crimes perpetrated versus the individuals themselves. And so the aspiration was for organizations to view these guidelines as a powerful financial reason for instituting effective internal compliance programs, which would then be a deterrent to organizational crime. In 1999, the DOJ announced that their prosecutors would consider an organization's compliance program in determining whether to prosecute an organization. Chapter 8 has been amended several times over the years to elevate and strengthen the requirements of that chapter. Currently, the U.S. Department of Justice Criminal Division put out an update to a publication called Evaluation of Corporate Compliance Programs. And in that, they outlined these 3 fundamental questions to ask about compliance programs. Is the program well designed? Is it being applied earnestly and in good faith? In other words, has it been effectively implemented? And then, does the compliance program work in practice? A lot of things look really good hanging on the wall, but when you start getting down to the nitty-gritty, do they actually work? And are they doing what they were envisioned and designed to do? With the invigoration of efforts to combat corporate crime, the DOJ continues to emphasize the importance of an active review of compliance programs to ensure they adequately monitor for and remediate misconduct, and to provide independence, authority, and stature within the organization for compliance functions. A number of federal agencies, including the Securities and Exchange Commission, the EPA, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which is, I think, most or all of our universities cognizant federal agencies, they've specifically incorporated Chapter 8 into their own compliance programs, and the DHHS Office of Inspector General's compliance programs now apply to major portions of federal healthcare services industry in the USA. There are a lot of resources out there about compliance programs, but I really liked this depiction from the Society of Corporate Compliance Executives of the elements of effective compliance and ethics programs. And it starts at the top with standards of conduct, policies, and procedures. That would include things like our values culture that our institutions are developing, and our ethics policies, which exist at the Regents rule level as well as within each of our universities' operating policies. Then we go down into developing compliance officers or compliance committees, and our universities have approached the compliance functions in different ways. 3 of our universities have designated an institutional compliance officer or office, and the other 2 handle compliance in a decentralized fashion. Even the 3 that have an institutional compliance officer, those officers are not responsible for every aspect of compliance. They have specific offices and items that are under their purview, and then there are additional aspects of compliance that are decentralized. Compliance and communication and education is a really important aspect. Making sure that the broader university community, including constituents and stakeholders, understands what is required and how we are achieving compliance, or how we are targeting the achievement of compliance. And then you see in the middle, internal monitoring and auditing. So monitoring is what's done by leadership and management to make sure that things are going like they think they should. And then auditing is referring to the work of our office or other external auditors that we may bring in. Reporting and investigating is an important role. Where you think you have a compliance miss, it's really important to determine what happened, how did it happen, what is the materiality, what are our obligations to report that to federal, state, or other authorities. Enforcement and discipline, in other words, what happens if someone, especially if they willfully violate state or federal laws, and then response and prevention. How do we respond to those things, and how do we prevent those things from happening again? So these are generally recognized as the elements of an effective compliance and ethics program. Our office is very involved in thinking about compliance. I recently served on the peer review team for UT Southwestern, and their interim chief auditor is also their chief compliance officer. And she and her staff have a presentation that they talk through, and they describe it as audit and compliance are are sisters, not twins. And I thought that was a good analogy. I've frequently used close cousins. So we're on the same page on that. And our audit plan for this year includes audits of the compliance activities of the three universities that have a centralized compliance function, Texas Tech University and both health sciences centers. And then we routinely do other compliance-related work as well. For example, Texas Tech University athletics, intercollegiate athletics, we have an audit on our plan every year to look at compliance, among other things, in athletics. The next part of my report, switching gears, each year our office has to formulate an annual report that encompasses our activities from the prior year. The format and contents of this report are defined by the state auditor's office. So we issued our annual report. We sent that to the various state agencies as required before November 1st of this year. But I wanted to give you a few highlights. And this is the opportunity that I take each year to convey some information that our standards require that I periodically review with the board and senior leadership. So I can confirm to you that our office is independent in both on paper and in practice. We have a direct reporting line to the board through the audit committee, and then I report administratively to Chancellor Mitchell. The board approves our annual audit plan and our activities, and you receive regular reports from us. We have great resources. We've got 17 auditors that cover all 5 universities and system administration with about a $1.9 million budget. And we're responsible for the system, its institutions, and then we also coordinate external audits, state audits, and others that we become aware of. The overview of our office, we have accountability measures in place. We have periodic reports, our annual report like what I'm talking about here. We have a lot of internal quality assurance measures, and then the answer to the question, who audits the auditors? Other auditors do, and that will happen in 2024 when our triennial peer review comes due. We follow these sets of standards that you see here, and we align our work with the institutional's strategic plans. And I want to show you that we and our partners that we work with that do external audits for us had about 77 reports in fiscal 23. And you see the strategic priorities, which I've sort of grouped here for the purpose. Student success and academic quality. You see that we had a number of projects. Some of them were IT-related projects. We have the Carr Foundation financial statements. The Carr is instrumental at Angelo State in contributing to their student success. Intercollegiate athletics, our student athletes are an important part of our student body, and so we do work each year there. Research and creative scholarship, we have a number of projects there as well. Some of them are addressing the foreign influence risk that we've talked about at 2 different universities. And then we look at grants. We have CPRIT requires an annual engagement that we use a CPA firm for. And then outreach and engagement. We have the various foundations that have been set up to benefit our institutions, as well as the Wichita Falls Museum of Art, and some work we did at HSC regarding social media processes. As you might not be surprised to see, a whole bunch of our work relates to finance and administration. I'm not even going to begin to read you this list. You can see that it covers all of our institutions in various ways. From some of those are required by statute, others came out of our risk assessment, some of those were special projects that came up during the year, either that we came up with from changing risks or that were requested by management. And last and most important, the group of people that does this work, I cannot say enough wonderful things about. They're amazing. There are 17 of us. 10 of us have master's degrees. We have over 220 years of combined career experience, and almost 160 of that is at Texas Tech institutions. We have about 20 certifications across our staff. Some people have several of those certifications. I only have one. But we do have other people that are pursuing those certifications as well, certified information systems auditor, as well as certified internal auditors. And last, we have a professional commitment to our national organization, the Association of College and University Auditors, we continue to be very active there. We're active in the Texas Association of College and University Auditors. Teresa Jack, who's our Assistant Chief Audit Executive, served as the secretary of that organization this past year. And then more than half of our staff are involved in these things that you see up here. Chapter presidents in El Paso and in Lubbock. We have community involvement, and we do presentations periodically to these organizations and others. So I'm really proud of the work that our team does. They're just outstanding. And then last, I'll leave you with the icons that represent the values of the Texas Tech University System Administration. And I'll just leave it at that. Are there any questions?
Ms. Turner, how many of those 17 auditors are in Lubbock versus Wichita Falls, Angelo State, and El Paso?
You know, it's so silly that I always have to count up inside my head, but I think there are 12 of us here. And then we've got 1 in Kansas, 3 in El Paso, 1 in San Angelo, 1 in Wichita Falls.
And how do they operate functionally?
Fabulously. Wait, what do you mean?
They're interdigitated with.
Oh, yes. We really operate, my predecessor would giggle. She would refer to our staff as a pool of auditors. And that was back when we had people at TTU and people at HSC, because those were our only 2 institutions. We still operate in that fashion. Our IT auditors, 1 is in Kansas. She works from home. 1 is here in Lubbock, and 1 is in San Angelo. Our most senior IT auditor, they get involved in audits at all 5 universities and the system. But we often trade off. We have our Midwestern State audit director is leading an audit that encompasses all of our universities that we have to do every 3 years, looking at multi-hazard emergency plans. So are our institutions, do they have plans in place in case of various kinds of emergencies? So we do a lot of resource sharing across those organizational lines. A few years ago, we had our El Paso audit group do an audit here because we had prior experience with a client who didn't love us. And so we thought that would provide some additional independence and objectivity related to that work. So we've got a very flexible staff of auditors that just do a great job, and we do operate in a very flexible fashion in order to meet the needs that we've got. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Well, Ms. Turner, we just want to thank you for your leadership on behalf of all the Regents for leading such an amazing team. It's incredible to all of us how many reports and projects you all get done in such a relative short time with 17 people. It's amazing. And on top of that, your continuing education and striving to have the best certifications that your team can get and empowering them to do so. So I really want to thank you again for your leadership and the rest of your team.
Thank you.
And are there any other comments? Thank you again, Ms. Turner. So, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Acosta, and thank you to everyone. This concludes the business to be handled by the committees. Now, the meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are 3 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1, I move that the board authorize President Haney or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the sale of residential properties owned by MSU in Wichita Falls, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Next one.
All right, the second one, I move that the board authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in Lubbock, Texas, all under the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Right, the third and final motion, I move that the board authorize Chancellor Mitchell or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the acceptance of a gift of real property in Texas by and for the benefit of the Texas Tech University system, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes all of the motions from executive session.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, November 17th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. We are in recess.